Now call this Bryan Independent School District meeting to order. Let the record show that a quorum of board members is present, that this meeting has been duly called, and that notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. The time is now, by that clock, 5:58. By my watch, it's 6 o'clock. So anyway, I think we're legal. I wish to extend a warm welcome to everyone present. I ask that you please turn off the sound on all electronic devices and stand for the pledges. Do we have live or we have reports today? We have.
They're down here.
Okay. Oh, there they are.
Hey, they're hiding.
Okay. So we have for the American flag, Camp Carver Elementary. Introduce yours.
Of course. We have our fourth grade student ambassadors from Kemp Carver here with us to lead the pledges, so I'm going to let them introduce themselves.
Hi, my name is Angel. I'm in fourth grade, and I'm from Kemp Carver.
Hi, my name is Miguel, and I'm in fourth grade from Kemp Carver.
Hi, my name is Alex, and I'm a fourth grade student at Kemp Carver.
Hi, my name is Allison, and I'm a fourth grade student at Kemp Carver.
Hi, my name is Chloe Ford, and I'm a Kemp Carver fourth grader.
Hi, my name is Araya, and I'm a fourth grade Kemp Carver student.
Hi, my name is Samaya, and I'm a fourth grade ambassador.
All right.
Hi, my name is Alicia, and I'm a fourth grade ambassador.
Going to do the pledge to the Texas flag, and that will be handled by Jones Elementary.
Thank you so very much. And we also brought our student ambassadors here, and I will let them introduce themselves to you all.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jakayla Robinson. I'm a fourth grader at Anson Jones Elementary.
It's okay. It's okay.
Hi, my name is Nathan Rivera, and I'm a third grader at Anson Jones.
All right. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Durrani Ortiz, and I'm a third grader at Anson Jones. Hi, my name is Gisela Lozano. I'm a third grader in Anson Jones.
Hi, my name is Samuel. I'm in third grade, and I'm from Anson Jones.
Awesome. Okay.
Hello, my name is Kevin Olalder. Is in first grade at Anson Jones. Hi, my name is Isabel Tosky, and I'm in fourth grade, and I'm in Anson Jones.
I'd also like to recognize that our principal, Allison Boggin from Kemp Carver, and Dr. Alma Velez from Jones. So thank you for being here. Okay. We now have some spotlights, and I believe, let's see if, Mr. Pavlis is here in the building to help us with that. We're from Truist Bank. He's got some gift cards for the honorees, and we're back to Kemp Carver, and Ms. Morgan, if you'll introduce your teacher, please.
Good evening. My name is Allison Boggin, and I am the proud principal at Kemp Carver Elementary. And it is my pleasure to introduce to you our Teacher of the Month, Miss Rhonda McDaniel, third grade teacher at Kemp Carver. Rhonda is an amazing teacher. Although she's only been at Kemp Carver for 1.5 years, she has been a huge blessing to each and every one of us on our campus. She has a positive, welcoming presence and is eager to help wherever needed. She makes learning fun and helps math come alive for all of our students. She consistently differentiates her instruction to best meet the needs of all of her kids, which is a huge task all in its own. This isn't the easiest group of third graders that we've had at Kemp Carver, but with her structure and high expectations, the students have been accountable for their behavior and have helped them turn into responsible, tiny humans who are proud of who they are and how far they have come. She motivates her students to believe in themselves and their math abilities. Best of all, she loves what she does, where she does it, and who she does it with. She is the true definition of a determined teacher doing what it takes to ensure her students are successful. Kemp Carver is a better place because of Rhonda McDaniel, and we are so blessed to have her on our team.
All right, we're going to keep things moving because we have a lot on the agenda tonight. So, Dr. Velez, would you introduce your honoree?
Absolutely. Thank you. My name is Alma Velez, and I'm the proud principal of Anson Jones Elementary. And so with me today, if you could come up to the front, Ms. Goebel, in recognition of her unwavering dedication, we proudly recognize Auxiliadora Cobo as our Anson Jones Elementary Teacher of the Month. She embodies the true essence of dedication, compassion, and wisdom. With patience as her guide and kindness in every word, she nurtures the potential within each student, lighting the path to their independence and personal growth. Her classroom is not just a place of learning, but a sanctuary where life's essential lessons are taught with grace and empathy. She inspires us all, reminding us that life's greatest skills are found not only in textbooks, but in the heart. She loves her students and provides them with a safe place to be for the 8 hours that they are with us. You see, Ms. Cobo is one of our new Arrival Center teachers, but you will also find her working with our STEM club after school or also tutoring her students after school. She serves as our grade level leader for third grade, as well as on our foundations and our CPIC teams. And this year, she's also been supervising clinical teachers on our campus. She's been an amazing role model for all of our up and rising educators, and she spreads her joy of teaching to all of those that she comes in contact with. So with that being said, I just want to say how much we appreciate you and all of your hard work and dedication that you've shared with not only your students, but with all of us at Anson Jones. So thank you, Ms. Cobo. We appreciate you.
All right, congratulations. And next up is another recognition, and Pat Corbett will do the presentation, I believe. There he is. Mr. Corbett is our interim executive director of maintenance and operations.
Good evening. My name is Pat Corbett, Interim Executive Director of Operations. It's with great pleasure that I announce Antonio Gonzalez as the Auxiliary Employee of the month of April. This recognition is well-deserved and reflects his exceptional performance and continued dedication as our lead painter. Throughout his 28 years with Bryan ISD, his hard work, attention to detail, and unwavering commitment to quality have not gone unnoticed. His leadership within the painting team, along with his ability to consistently deliver top-tier results, has truly set a high standard for the entire department. His ability to maintain a positive and efficient workflow has significant impact within the maintenance department. We recognize that his role as lead painter requires both technical skill and the ability to manage multiple responsibilities. Antonio does this with remarkable professionalism and a positive attitude that inspires others around him. His efforts continue to elevate our work and help the company maintain its reputation for excellence. On behalf of our entire team, I want to thank Antonio for his contributions and incredibly grateful to have you as part of Bryan ISD. Your efforts are truly valued and appreciated.
All right, and we're not done yet. We have, the next recognition is of John Lindeman of Mac Bolt LLC. And I believe the introduction will be by Assistant Director of Career and Technical Education, Laura King.
Good evening. Thank you for having us here tonight. I have here with me Mr. John Lindeman and his wife back there, Amanda, from Mac Bolt, as well as my CTE program specialist, Mr. Parker Knutson and Ms. Casey Marchant. Tonight, I'd like to take a moment to recognize Mr. Lindeman with Mac Bolt for his outstanding support of career and technical education in Bryan. Mr. Lindeman has been an incredible partner to our CTE programs, generously providing parts and materials that have helped our students bring their projects to life. He exemplifies the kind community partnership that makes Bryan ISD a leader in preparing students for high demand and high wage careers. I'm going to let Parker share a little more about a specific high profile project that was greatly impacted by the support of Mac Bolt.
Yes, so for our Monster Jam build-off that we're having at Bryan High, John here with Mac Bolt has been amazing, very instrumental in donations, broad spectrum of donations from just single bolts that we needed, very specified sizes, as well as steel and his resources. And so I had an opportunity to actually go up to the shop one day and pick up some things for the Monster Truck Jam. And super supportive. He's like, come back here, let's see what we can find. And so go through and got everything we needed, and then pulled out a saw and was ready to cut down material for us and help us out there too. So it's really an honor and a privilege to have you here tonight. Something that you say pretty much any time that we interact or you interact with the students is he has that mentality of children first always. You know, whatever we can do for the kids. And so those are the industry partners that we love to have and we appreciate. So thank you so much, sir.
Thanks to Mr. Lindeman and Mac Bolt, our students have had access to the resources they need to succeed, not only in the classroom, but beyond graduation. We are grateful for his dedication to our CTE mission and proud to recognize him this evening with a small token of appreciation, a plaque that was actually made by our industrial engineering students at CTEC, which are some of the students that he has supported this year. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Great. Everybody else just got a piece of paper. You did good.
Special.
All right, we're going to keep going a while longer here. Director of Fine Arts, Jacob Justice, has a recognition of Victory Foundation. He'll give the details to us.
Good evening. I'm excited to be here today because there was an event in our community that is brand new. It was called Spark 2025, and it was showcasing young artists that we have in Bryan ISD and College Station ISD. This was juniors and seniors. We had about 12 students participate and 20 pieces of art there that was critiqued and judged by the Texas A&M Viz program. One of our students walked away with a $2,500 scholarship, and that is Mr. Caden Adams. If you look at the screen, we have his artwork on display that was submitted. To tell you a little bit more about the Victory Foundation, which is the program that put this on and is going to continue to bring this to Bryan College Station, we have the founder, Zach Etheridge.
Thank you all. I'll try to be brief, which I'm not usually good at, but the Victory Foundation was formed or born out of our company's mission statement. Our company, Cole Interiors, we are an interior design firm, a commercial furniture dealership, In COLE, the definition of COLE literally means victory of the people. So everything that we do in our work and in our service in the community is how can we serve more, how can we do more, how can we be a victory of the people. And so the Victory Foundation was set in motion to provide us a platform to do more and serve more. We advocate for architects and designers, as those are people, our counterparts that we work with. And we had tried to come up with an event that would be an elevated event, an after-hours event that celebrated them, much like what happens in the major metropolitan areas. And then as we continued to plan and plot that out, we thought we should have art, we should have music, we should have fashion. Well, where would we get that art and that music and that fashion? And so we landed on, well, how can we serve? How can we give back? And we thought about, well, why don't we have an art show for juniors and seniors in high school and connect them with the broad spectrum of industry that needs minds that see the world the way they see it and connects the dots the way that they connect it and celebrate them in a meaningful way and put them in front of people who could spark a change in their trajectory in life. And so that's what we were able to do. And so in a very short amount of time, about a 4-month period, we were able to gain over a dozen different sponsors that helped put on the event and then subsequently funded those scholarships. And so we're excited that we now have a full calendar year to plan for that and look forward to doing that in the future.
Great.
Thank you.
And I believe Mr. Rush is coming up, Executive Director of Athletics, and we're going to recognize Bryan High School cross-country state meet participant.
Good evening. It is an honor to take this moment to recognize some truly outstanding athletes and coaches. Through their dedication, hard work, and commitment, these students from Rudder High School and Bryan High School have represented their school with pride, number one, at the 2024 state cross-country meet and also the 2025 wrestling tournament as well. So at this time, I'm going to introduce Bryan's High cross-country coach, Coach Haven. He's going to say a few words about his student athlete.
I'm Coach Havens, the cross-country coach here at Bryan High School. I've got a wonderful young man here that the first time I saw him was about the size of his little brother here. I saw him in the 7th grade meeting. I thought it's kind of cool we got this kid out here that they allowed to be the mascot for the team because I didn't even think he was on the 7th grade team. And then he went out and lapped the field. I said, this is going to be something special, but I got to wait 2 years till I see him. And he did not disappoint me. I really want to thank your parents for raising such a dedicated, hardworking young man who gets straight A's in classes, and he's qualified for region as a freshman, qualified for region as a sophomore, qualified for state as a sophomore. He now owns practically every long-distance record on our top 10 board. So, congratulations, Diego. I can't wait for your siblings to come join us.
And I believe you've got another item here on Bryan High School, Rudder High School state wrestling meet.
That is correct. So next up is Coach Dunley. He's the head wrestling coach at Rudder High School.
Good evening. This amazing young lady right here is Gabby Godoy. Cool story about Gabby. She was a single-year wrestler. I caught her in the hallway at the beginning of this year after some summer workouts, and I said, Gabby, will you please come give wrestling a chance? And my selling point was, I know we only have 1 year, but if you trust me, Gabby, we'll go to state. And for once, I get to live up to that, and we went. She was an absolute joy to have in my program, somebody who is a scholar athlete, all A's. She'll be attending Blinn and working towards some early childhood development. And she's just someone who has highlighted the great things about Rudder Wrestling and Rudder High School. And to all my athletes and students, I always say, for me, do 2 things. Be somebody that if I'm ever a boss one day and you come back and walk in my office, won't even question to be able to hire you. And somebody who has 2 young sons, be somebody that I would love to have look like somebody that I would want to have my 2 sons be with one day. And Gabby Godoy exemplifies 2 of those things. I also think she exemplifies everything that's great with Bryan ISD. So congratulations to Gabby Godoy.
So next up is Victor Thomas. He's the head wrestling coach at Bryan High School.
Good evening. So we qualified this year 5 kids for the state tournament. Nate Surley, who's a senior, Zoe Saunier over there, sophomore, Caitlin Dockery, freshman, Kaylin Fletcher, he's a junior, and then Caden Welch, who's also a junior. Out of the 5 that went, we had 4 make their way onto the state podium. Very successful year. Wrestling is a very tough sport, and these kids, they bust their butt. They spend a lot of time training in the practice room, outside the practice room. They're very dedicated over summer, and they're just some truly exceptional athletes. Little fun fact, we have a freshman who is working on making school history, on potentially becoming the first 4-time state medalist in Bryan High's history. And so, I'm very, very appreciative of things they do in our program and the family that supports them. We ask a lot out of them, and it takes a lot to be one of the best. And so, our program is just super excited to have them. With 4 of them returning next year, we're looking at very high goals and standards and hoping to really make a push to be one of the best programs in the state. So, thank you.
And Coach, isn't Miss Dockery 3rd or 4th generation wrestler for Bryan ISD? But Granddad was a wrestler when I was in school.
You're going too far back, Ruthie.
Yes. So Glenn, her granddad, and then her mom and dad. Yeah, so 3rd generation wrestling.
In case we're curious about the placings, Caitlin, she got 6th due to injury. Definitely think she would have gotten higher. Zoe got 6th. Caden got 4th, and then Nate got 5th.
All right. Great job, guys.
All right, I'd like to ask Dr. Desiree Caperton and avid teacher Amy Carrion to come up for some more recognitions.
Okay, go Panthers. I'm here with Bryan Collegiate, Desiree Caperton, the principal. Very excited to recognize 3 of our 4 Dell Scholarship Award winners. Only 500 students in the country are awarded this award, and a big, huge piece of that is because of AVID. And so I have the AVID teacher here, Amy Carrion, to give you more information.
Thank you. So yes, I'm the AVID 4 teacher at Bryan Collegiate, and I am super proud of all of my students, but I'm very excited to be here tonight to recognize a great achievement of these 3 and another that I'll also tell you about here in just a minute. But just to give you a little bit of background, yes, only 500 students nationwide are awarded this. You do have to be enrolled in AVID for 2 consecutive years to be eligible for this. So we had 1 scholar last year, which we're very proud of, and then this year to have 4, we were overjoyed. So we are excited that these kids are working so hard. All of our AVID kids are working so hard, and to see it pay off in a way like this is very rewarding as their teacher. So also, when they apply for this, just in case you're not familiar with the Dell Scholarship, they base their recipients, they're looking for kids who demonstrate perseverance, determination, and a driven career mindset. Those are kind of the things, and they go through the application process. There's actually 2 rounds. So the first round, they apply and fill out paperwork, and then if they make it to round 2 as a semifinalist, they have to do some more paperwork and get some recommendations and go through a more extensive process, and then they are selected. So I'm going to introduce our recipients. Sorry, yes, I forgot that that was part of my part as well. So the prize is a $20,000 scholarship, and it's a flexible scholarship. So it can be used for tuition and or room and board and so forth, which is not all scholarships are like that. So that's very helpful. They also get a laptop, which I think they get pretty quickly here. So that is also exciting to help them get started. And a book allowance to help pay for books. And on top of that, they get a mentor to walk them, be with them side by side through the rest of their 2 or 4, depending on how many years of college they have left after Bryan Collegiate. So that's a person that will stay by them. And from our experience last year, this is a person who will be very available whenever they're needed, and to answer questions, just to check on them, kind of just to assist them through the process, and that's especially helpful with our first generation AVID students.
That's all they get?
There's probably more, actually. I probably could go on.
That's amazing. Congrats, that's amazing.
But yes, it is a huge accomplishment. So our student that couldn't be here, Araceli Salazar, is our first student. She's going to Texas A&M University. She'll be majoring in civil engineering, and she wants to be a project engineer. So we'll clap for Araceli. Hopefully she's watching. Josh Tagoya is our next student. He will attend Sam Houston State University and major in finance and wants to be an investment banker.
All right.
And let's go with Odiel Cortez, Texas A&M, and he wants to major, or will be majoring in construction science, also to be a project engineer. And Jacqueline Arredondo, also going to Texas A&M and majoring in nursing and wants to be a pediatric nurse.
All right. Good job. That's amazing.
Very impressive. And believe it or not, we're still not quite done. We have Sarah Braden with the Bryan ISD Education Foundation to tell us a little bit about a new initiative that the foundation is launching.
Okay, good evening. I'm Sarah Braden. I'm the Executive Director of the Bryan ISD Education Foundation. And we are excited to announce that we are launching a new permanent initiative to provide scholarship opportunities for district staff to obtain their teacher certification. This initiative is geared towards helping both our paraprofessionals as well as the District of Innovation teachers we have within Bryan ISD. Full-time classroom paraprofessionals were eligible to apply for a scholarship opportunity which awards $20,000 in tuition and fees to help them complete their undergraduate degrees in education. This opportunity is being awarded to 2 paraprofessionals for a total of $40,000, and that will happen per year going forward. We believe that our district's paraprofessionals are very valuable members of the Bryan ISD family, and this opportunity will enable our hardworking staff to take the next step in their educational journey while also developing future classroom teachers for Bryan ISD. The Education Foundation Board of Directors also recently voted to allot $220,000 in funds for an additional scholarship program which will help degreed paraprofessionals and current District of Innovation teachers to earn their certification credentials. Through this initiative, 4 top applicants will have their entire certification program fully funded, while the remainder of the applicants will each receive a stipend to offset the majority of their certification cost. One of Bryan ISD's priorities is to recruit and retain top talent, and this is a way the foundation can support that goal. This major investment in our teacher certification effort is the largest single gift the foundation has been able to give to the district since our inception in 1999. The Bryan ISD Education Foundation is grateful for the opportunity to give a total of $260,000 back to Bryan ISD staff, which will impact their personal career goals while also strengthening the classroom environments for the 16,000 students who call Bryan ISD home. Our ability to support our staff through this initiative is made possible entirely by the outstanding community support we've had at our 2024 Hometown Reunion event. We look forward to recognizing all of these recipients at next month's board meeting. Thank you.
Most people are not, maybe not most, a lot of people are aware of the hometown reunion and the rest of the work of the foundation. Having that much money to donate didn't come by chance or by luck. That was a lot of hard work, and I don't know if anybody else with the foundation is here. If you are, raise your hand. Okay. Oh, we do have more members of the foundation. Okay. So that's great, and we just want to recognize all of you for not just this money that's being invested in our staff, but also just all the hard work y'all did to get there. So thank you again for that, and keep up the good work. And y'all are making a big difference in the lives of not only our staff but our students as well. So thank you again. Thank you all.
I will also say, and I'm a part of that committee, and there was an audit done with that much money floating around and being given a very deep extent. Audit was just done by Seidel Schroeder, and it was a totally clean audit with no findings for our BISD Education Foundation. So congratulations for that, too.
All right, next up, we have some board committees that help reduce the load on other board members who are not on that committee so that we can cover more territory. And we have some fairly brief reports, the first one being teaching and learning, board committee report, and that will be presented by Felicia Benford.
Yes, Mr. Stasny, good evening. The Teaching and Learning Committee met April the 4th. Board members present was myself, Dr. Harlan, and Ms. Waller. Staff members present was Dr. Barbara Ibarra and Ms. Ginger Carabine. We want to thank the parents, the teachers, students, and all the community members for our survey that was just completed and ended. And we look forward to getting those results of that survey returned to see what work we have to do going forward. We also want to talk about the Texas Strategic Leadership Partnership. So that's a partnership with Education Service Center 6 that's going to provide support through the Texas Strategic Leadership Program. This program is free, and it utilizes the effective district framework to ensure that student outcomes are driven by a rigorous student supportive experience delivered and supported by aligned district level systems. And so we look forward to that coming on board. Should be selected as early as late April or May. And that is our Teaching and Learning Committee.
Well, thank you very much. Executive Board Committee, Trustee Joel O'Brien.
Executive Committee met on April 16th at 10:15 in the morning. Mrs. Ginger Carabine, Mr. Kevin Beesall, Mr. David Stasny, Mrs. Felicia Benford, and myself were present. Topics of discussion were, the first was pertaining to the legal requirements and financial terms of the JEDI Tax Incentive Program. And we had a brief introduction to the PASA Demographics Report, which is an information item on the agenda this evening, and also received a broad overview of the Safe and Supportive Schools Update, which is also an information item on the agenda this evening.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bryan. Next, we have the committee that's kind of a multi-purpose committee, CTE, Fine Arts, and Athletics. And I think we got a tag team presentation here, CTE by Ms. Waller, Fine Arts by Mr. Bryan, and Athletics by Mr. Stennis. So who wants to go first?
I'll go.
Okay.
The CTE Fine Arts and Athletics Committee meeting met April 9th, and it was a Zoom meeting, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Board members present, Joel Bryan, David Stennis, myself. Our staff members present, Ms. Carabine, Dr. Brian Merrill, Derek Rush, Laura King, Jacob Justice. I'm presenting the CTE information because there's a lot per section, and we're very proud. Our Skills USA placed first. We have national qualifiers from our CTech Center and Rudder, robotics, automation, computer programming. Our TSA named Josh Trevino from Davila as a Texas Advisor of the Year. We had 11 students from Davila that qualified for nationals. Stephen F. Austin has students that have qualified as well. At the Brazos County Youth Livestock Show, we were very well represented. The premium sale and freezer sale brought almost 1.8 million for Brazos County students, and they're expected to actually bring in 2 million after all the add-ons are added on. Our Mary Catherine Harris campus, Dr. Casper, and the Career Technology Administration met with 8th graders about the new program because we're starting career and technology at the Mary Catherine Harris campus. They had a parent meeting as well. Applications are already coming in. 2025-26 course enrollment. CTE has been working with campuses and counselors to accommodate course requests and limited seating in specialty labs, welding, automotive, construction, culinary, cosmetology, and barbering. If students do not get scheduled for their original request, we're really trying our best to find alternative CTE courses for them. Something that's coming up, it's brand new, and this is exciting. There's an adult education program on the horizon. We're on the path with Region 6 and Brazos Valley Workforce to have our first adult education construction class this summer. We're trying to capture recent MC Harris graduates for this first class. And there's just some formalities coming together, but it is the full circle, those my age, which there may not be anybody in here my age, but it's the adult workforce, the adult education when I was growing up. It was very, very popular. We're getting it started back. And as I said, we're really trying to recapture some of our recent graduates from Mary Catherine Harris to be the first ones invited to participate. Told you it was long, but it was good.
Well, thank you for that good report. And Mr. Bryan, you want to go ahead and go next?
Sure. Director of Fine Arts Jacob Justice joined the call and gave us an update and some topics for discussion for fine arts. There's a growing need due to increased participation in the Rudder Band, the Bryan High School Cheyennes, the Rudder Rangerettes, the SFA Choir, the Davila Choir, the SFA Orchestra, and Mariachi. This is a great thing to see our kids embracing our fine arts and extracurricular activities, and but with that comes staff needs and storage needs and instrumentation and all of those things. So we're just putting some of those things on the horizon so that we can meet those needs and give our students what they need. Some highlights, choir students from Rayburn SFA and Davila headed to the All-State Choir this summer. I was glad to see Zach Etheridge here to speak on the Victory Foundation and the Spark Art Exhibition. That was a great news and exciting and a topic that we discussed. And also the Bryan High School Theater advanced to the Area 1 Act Play competition for the first time in Bryan High School history, which was another exciting achievement. This spring and through the end of the year, some events to keep on your radar are the Cheyenne and Rangerette Spring Shows. Our Jane Long and Rayburn Choir will be headed to Blinn College for their contests. And Bryan High School Theater will host a final performance of their one-act play on May 8th at the Rudder Pack. And May will also host all of our end-of-year performances and Art Fest.
Thank you, sir. Last but not least, Mr. Stennis, athletics.
So Derek Rush joined the meeting, and you could tell that it was hard for him to contain his excitement from his new turf that we're about to get over on Merrill Green Stadium. But along with some of those other celebrations, Bryan High School and Rudder High School has several track athletes competing Thursday and Friday, and I think I saw where the Rudder made state 4x100, 4x400. So we have some representation at the state track meet. The Rudder High School gymnastics will also have some athletes competing at state in Odessa. And then we had the Boys and Girls Club Intermediate Soccer Tournament as well. Some other events that are coming up. The spring football game will be April 21st. Bryan High spring game will be May 15th. And Rudder High School spring game will be May 16th. Along with some signing dates for some Bryan High athletes, took place April 16th. And then some signing dates for Rudder High School athletes will take place May 14th. There will also be, Mr. Rush also commented, there'll be a college and NCAA recruiting seminar April 30th at the PAC from 6:30 to 7:30 by Todd Kelly, who will be the guest speaker. Some of the other projects that were reported on, along with the new turf at Merrill Green, will be laser grading of the Bryan High softball field, looking at laser grading the Rudder High School baseball field, and then just looking at some facility improvements in Davila, replacing some speakers at Merrill Green Stadium, and then also looking at resurfacing the track at SFA. So that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Stennis. Yeah, that kind of ties into the next topic a little bit. And the reason I say that is it's in our information items we have something that is really part of our strategic planning and, you know, what are we doing and what do we need to do, what is it going to cost, and how great is our need. So Dr. Brian Merrill is, I think, going to start this off, but we need to know where we're headed in terms of the likelihood of additional students, or is it stable, or is it going to go down? Are we going to lose some students, as many districts have in the last several years? So we're going to get some information on that, and so we can better guide the district as well as, of course, the strategic planning committee on where we go from here.
Absolutely. Thank you for the introduction, and I'm going to bring up Chris Poole and Susan Cates. We're very excited for them to share the information, and obviously this is home for you too. So you're back in this building. Did you go to school in this building?
I did. Mrs. Waller taught me health in this building.
Yay!
A few years ago.
Yeah, just a couple years ago. But we're very excited for the work that you've done. Thank you for the partnership for the years, and we're excited to see it. So thank you.
Thank you, and I want to be sure you guys can hear me. Is that good? Okay. Good evening, Mr. President, board members, Superintendent Carabine. Like Dr. Merrill said, it's always fun to go to these board meetings. I mean, if I had a nickel for every board meeting I'd been to in the last 25 years, but it hits a little different when it's the kids in your hometown. You know, that's a good thing to have here. And my parents actually graduated from high school in this very building. So, long time, been here for a long time. My name is Chris Poole, and we will be going over this binder that you all have in front of you, trying to hopefully just hit the highlights a little bit. I do have Susan Cates here with me, that she is going to be talking a little bit about housing and about economy in the area. But first, we're going to kick off with a little bit of an overview about just exactly what is in front of you. The demographic study that we do takes several months, normally 3 or 4 months to complete. And the process is quite lengthy. There are about a dozen of us in the office, and we all pretty much touch the project during the time that we're working on it. We always have to jump in with collecting background data. PASA has worked for Bryan ISD in one way or another for almost 40 years. And so we've got a lot of data, but we always have to keep that data very up to date. We have to get with the appraisal district. We have to get transportations, floodways, all of these sorts of things that are going on. And we built a very robust GIS map, and we've provided both the digital copy and large printed copies for the district. We study the economic and the housing information, and that's what Susan will be talking about here in just a minute. we study the past and current student population. Like I say, we've worked for Bryan ISD for years and years, and every year, even when we're not doing a study, we do geocode the student population every single year because that helps with school assignments. And so we can, the letters that go out to the students that tell them which school they're going to go to, that's because we've geocoded those kids, and we can look back at that data. We generate projections, and then we analyze the long-range planning implications, because that's really why we're here. What does this mean for your strategic planning? So we'll start with just a little bit of demographic trend information. The very first thing that we always look at is the region. What is going on in the area around Bryan ISD? What are the various pushes and pulls to and from Bryan ISD? And so the map here and the table are actually looking at the percent change. We can also look at the absolute change up or down for all of these districts. And so you can see Bryan ISD there is kind of in the middle, and we're looking at a less than 1% change over the last 5 years based on the TEA enrollment. There are 10 districts in the region that have lost student population, as many districts are doing, like Mr. Stasny said. And one of those was Bryan ISD with a loss of about 123 fewer students than were enrolled 5 years ago. You can see the areas to the north and to the west are the ones that are in blue that we're seeing losses in. We've got, Hearn and Mumford are actually seeing some loss. And then the red are the ones, the maroon, sorry, well, I can say that here in Bryan College Station. Those are the areas around Bryan ISD that are seeing larger percent gain in student population. Now, since 2014, this is sort of the way the enrollment has looked as a bar graph. It's relatively flat, if we want to look at that. They're a little up, a little down. Of course, everybody in 2020 was impacted by COVID. In 2021, there was a lot of bounce back in a lot of places. I went back to the data, the oldest data that we could find that was in our system was in 2002. And when I went all the way back there, the highest enrollment that I could find for Bryan ISD was in 2016. And since then, the district is down about 193 students since 2016. So that has been the recent peak for the district there. One thing that is very difficult for us to always get at is how many kindergartners are going to walk through the door. A lot of the students that you have, most of the students you have next year are students that you have now. And so we can follow the students and we can see how they're likely to trend upward. But kindergartners that are a different story. But what we can get at is the birth data by zip code of the birth mother. And the zip codes don't line up exactly right with the district itself. We have to do some data manipulation on the borders and everything using population and points and things. But then we can take that birth data and move it forward 5 years and compare it to your kindergarten enrollment. And so that's what you can see here. And they've tracked quite closely together. With births at the top and then the kindergarten enrollment there below. But what you can see is after a bit of a high point, then a bit of a decline in the last handful of years. Now, the last time we did a study was about 2021, and at that point, there had been a little bit of a leveling off. So we were wondering if it was possible that the birth rate decline there had leveled off, but it has continued to drop just a bit. We do see a bit of an uptick about 3 years out, but then probably coming back down. And so you'll see if you look real carefully at the kindergarten projections in the future, we've accounted for that sort of uptick. We also, like I mentioned, have to look at your past and your current students. We geocode those students. And so we have to organize everything, though, in our studies. We have to develop an organizational scheme for you all. And the way that we have done that is we've divided the district into what we call planning units. And at some point back in the 80s, they were based on census block groups, and they've been divided and used over time. And actually, the transportation people have sat in our offices before and helped us craft these so that they were workable for transportation. But if you have any questions about anything that I'm talking about tonight or any other pieces of information, everything in the binder itself is organized by planning unit. So we've got all of the maps have the planning units on there. And so when we reference planning units, they're just little aerial sectors of the district that we can put back together into your current attendance zones. But we can also break them apart and do long-range planning with them. So I mentioned the geocoding of the student population. It's a little hard to see on this screen, maybe a little easier on the others. But what this shows is a couple of years of student data laid one on top of the other. And so when you have yellow dots, that's an address that has a student now that didn't have a student 5 years ago. It's not always due to growth. A lot of times it's due to just redistribution of the student population. But this is basically what your students look like on a map. And so this is always our base level data for Bryan ISD. And when we take that base level data and look over time, this is always just sort of a good visual, that picture is worth 1,000 words sort of thing. So for each year here, for 2015, for 2016, et cetera, each year's cohorts from kindergarten through 12th grade, exclusive of 9th grade, because a lot of times 9th grade is the largest class in the district. So each one of those years, those cohorts are color-coded, with maroon being the largest and the blue colors being the smallest. And so what you can see is that over time, you all have had a bulge of students that have moved through that really are beginning to exit the high school population. And so that's, if we had no other homes built and nobody else moved around, we could see that you had a bit of an uptick a couple of 3 years ago at the high school level, because those larger cohorts were moving forward. And as those larger cohorts move their way out, then you're going to have a little bit of just a natural drop. So when we were looking at this is something that we always have to look at to start with, to account for those bulges and the things that are occurring. Actually, the thing that stuck out to me the most was just added on that outside column there. And so that is a change over 10 years at the grade level. And so you can see negative numbers, negative numbers in kindergarten, first grade, and second grade. And so that is the difference between that first year of data and that current data. And so we're seeing those birth rates as we see them drop off, then we're seeing those kindergarten enrollments get lower, and we're seeing negative numbers in the earliest of those grades. And so if those smaller kindergarten classes work their way through the system, then that means a decline. Now you're having housing built on top of that, but the housing has to come on in such a way that it will obfuscate the losses that you may have from smaller cohorts working their way through the system. This next slide I'm going to spend quite a bit of time talking about. That's the students per home, the ratios of students per home. Because if I ask anybody here, probably what you would say when I said how many kids are in every house, you'd probably say 2. And that may be kind of the thing for every family, but every family isn't in the same point in life at any given point in time. I've got 2 kids, but they're in college. So what this number shows is the number of Bryan ISD students, all those little dots that we had, compared to the number of homes on the ground. And so this is an average of a 0.37, and so the number is always much lower than absolutely anybody expects. On 9/11, I was headed at Brownsville ISD, and I think that ratio is the highest that I had seen, but I think it was about a 0.91, maybe it was a 0.89, something like that. And so it's not two students per house, and it's never 2 students per house. 0.37 is the average, but the minute we figure this average, we throw it away. Because when we project for a new home, we also project the ratio that we would expect to be in that new home. And it can vary wildly from 1 to 0. Right now, there are 19 subdivisions with 20 or more homes. We normally sort of have a cutoff point at 20 homes. If there's a subdivision with 6 homes in it and it's got 9 kids, we kind of don't count that yet. We have to get to a critical mass before we think that data is good. But you've got 19 subdivisions with 20 homes or more and no students in them. Now, several of those are townhomes, condos, 6 different sectors in traditions, but there are single-family sorts of homes on the ground with no students in them. You have 24 subdivisions that are smaller than 0.1 students per home, okay? So all of that, when you get to that 0.37, you've got all of that on one end. And then on the other end, there are 7 subdivisions in Bryan ISD that are 1.0 students and greater. Broadwater Meadows, it's kind of in the vicinity of Jones, Faith, which is the Habitat, Candy Hill, Oaks at OSR, High Country. Those are in sort of the northeast, out a little bit further away from town. And so those are ones that are at 1.0 students or greater, but they're relatively small. Okay, it's not that we've got 1,000 student or 1,000 home development that's coming in at 1.0 students per home. When we look at the developing ones, and Susan's going to speak more to this here just in a minute, Falls Creek Ranch, Benchley Oaks, and Lakewood Estates, those are also out rural areas. Those are higher ratios, but so many of the ones that you know of that are adding a lot of rooftops in town are much lower. Stonehaven, 0.46, Austin's Colony, a couple of sections, 0.29 and 0.19. Pleasant Hill, 0.24. And so all of those numbers are what is going into that 0.37 as an average. Just to give you a bit of an idea, Hayes CISD is a client of ours. They have a 0.46. That is between, in sort of San Marcos, just north of San Marcos, between there and Austin. Willis ISD, close to the lake, has a 0.35, close to Lake Conroe. It's because we think that there are plenty of people that have homes over there that they don't have kids. They're 65 years old and they spend their days on the lake, right? Goose Creek CISD Baytown is a 0.57. And then we've got some more of the suburban outside of a major metro area. Those ratios, like for Katy and for Frisco, are running at about 0.7 students per home. I mentioned those. I've worked for them for a long, long time. So, multifamily ratios are sort of similar. The 0.18 is what you've got as an average. There are greater than 130 complexes that we gathered data on. 48 of those have no students. 21 have fewer than 0.1 students per home. And as you might expect, those that are close to College Station, you're going to have the students that are trickling over into those, and so those are lower. The ones that I found that were highest are sort of south and west of downtown, and some that are closer to Bryan High. And all of this data, if you're interested in that sort of thing, is in the appendix for Chapter 2 in that table that you've got, in that report that you've got. Over time, since we have done a lot of work for the district, that ratio has declined just a little bit. You can see sort of where it was back to 1999. Now, originally, we were gathering data by driving the subdivisions that we're developing that we were the most interested in. Somewhere in that 2012 or 2015 2015 era, we were able to begin to get a more universal data set. We could get basically using GIS, using aerial imagery and that sort of thing to really get basically every single subdivision that we were interested in Bryan ISD. And you can see that even since then, there has been that trending downward. This isn't unusual. We've seen a lot of drop in a lot of our clients. We're seeing that there are other places that people are choosing to send their kids to. Alternative educational opportunities. Those are the other places where people are choosing to send their kids to school. Charter schools and private schools, and then virtual schools. That has really, really come on in our data in the last couple of 3 years. We originally, 15 or 20 years ago, we looked at the charter schools and thought, well, this is going to be a little bit of a hassle, but it's little numbers. And these days, it's big numbers. And we spend an awful lot of time trying to get at this data. We do know that the charter school, the IL Texas Aggieland High School, is going to be building its own facility, and so it will have a capacity of about 600 students, ultimately up to about 900 students. It's going to be out of the police station there in College Station. So that will be a little bit of capacity. We do know that Skybreak Church is opening sort of a hybrid homeschool and hybrid system there. They're unsure where exactly they think they're going to pull kids from. We've tried to contact all of the private schools. We've gathered the data as best we can. They don't always know what school district their students are coming from, but oftentimes they have given us some data, and it's sort of the best data that we think is out there and available. This next slide shows basically all of those pieces of the puzzle. Where are all of the students leaving the district, coming into the district, and all of these different components, all of this fluidity of places that parents are choosing to send their students. We are estimating that there are about 18,400 resident students in Bryan ISD. Now, that is exclusive of homeschool. TEA doesn't track homeschool. We can't get it homeschool. And so as those numbers pick up, it's a little bit of a void. I wish that TEA was able to track that. We are estimating about 1,200 students attending charters, 867 to privates, 546 students out to other ISDs. The largest of those is College Station ISD. Mumford is also in there. Norman G, we think about 36 students go there. And then North Sulch and Iola and Franklin are picking up a handful of students there. About 109 attending virtual academies, and we really are beginning to see quite an uptick in that percent increase there for virtual academies. And so then that leaves us with about 85.1% of the Bryan ISD students attending Bryan ISD. And just to give you an idea of how that compares to everybody else, it's always a question I get asked. That comparison depends in some ways on what those other opportunities are available for in a particular district. For example, New Caney ISD is a client of ours, and they don't have a lot of those sorts of facilities inside the confines of New Caney ISD. So we feel like they're capturing about 96% of their student population. Katy at 92%, Frisco at 91%. Hayes, that I mentioned again, is at 86%, very similar to you all. And then we have Dallas and Houston ISD that are running at about 70% of their student population enrolled in the public schools. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Susan about economy and housing, and I'll be back to talk a little bit about projections.
Good evening. I'm pleased to be here to share a little bit of information about the housing growth that is coming in your district as you're driving by and you're seeing all those rooftops. Want to give you a little bit of information about that. But before we jump into that, want to touch on the economy in which we are seeing this development. The economy impacts certainly how quickly houses are being built, how quickly the development community is able to get those houses on the ground, and the home buying public, how quickly they are able to absorb. And end of last year, we saw the Fed drop the rate 3 times, and they're telling us they're going to continue to drop that over the next couple of years through 25 and 26. But we have not seen the mortgage rates drop like we expected them to. They're still hovering between 6 and 7%, and our memory is pretty long, remembering back when rates were sub 3%. So we have a lot of people sitting in homes where they are empty nesters. Maybe they would be looking to transition into something, and they're sitting tight on that sub 3% rate. I know I'm one of those people that's doing that. And then you also have the circumstance of materials prices. Materials prices haven't recovered back to pre-COVID rates, and now we're going to stack tariffs on top of that. So even the development community is kind of taking this wait-and-see attitude, and that is going to impact how quickly homes are built in the community, as well as they are absorbed. But let's take a look specifically at what is happening in Bryan. As you can see on the map, there's quite a bit of activity in the portion of the district that we've kind of zoomed in on. This is the area Highway 6, Highway 21, Harvey Mitchell Parkway. The maroon shapes indicate the subdivisions that are currently in development. That means there is activity. Either houses are going up, infrastructure is going in, but there is construction activity happening in these subdivisions. And then the tan shapes are ones that are in some way in the planning stages with the city or what have you. So you can see the significant activity that's happening near Highway 6 and Boonville Road. That's the area that includes Austin's Colony, Miramont, Oakmont, Summit Crossing, and Stella Ranch. All of those are actively developing subdivisions. And then you come down to the south a little bit, you've got Pleasant Hill and Pagosa Springs near Highway 21 and Harvey Mitchell, with Traditions and Gourd Creek just a bit further south. The top 5 largest developing subdivisions, which at current will be a build out of about 2,058 homes, but developers, that's Pleasant Hill is currently the largest developing subdivision, which will have 2,058 homes. But the developers also recently acquired additional land. We're estimating, based on number of units per acre, that will be another 300 homes in that development. Austin's Colony continues to develop and is adding infrastructure for additional phases of development. Current phases are projecting 975 homes at build out, but there is also adjacent land there that the developers own that could add another 450 units. Stella Ranch is a new development just getting underway. That's one that has not yet gone vertical, but the infrastructure is going in. Oakmont is about 50% toward build out and will have 750 residences at completion. Summit Crossing is projected to have 400 lots at build out, but we are still awaiting final plats for the later phases of that development. So Chris talked to you a little bit about ratios, and I wanted to illustrate maybe why the ratios are lower and why when you look at the number of homes that we have coming in, we're not seeing a huge influx of students into the district. And that's because of the student ratios. Chris showed you the overall student ratio numbers for the district. This slide kind of drills down to the subdivision level, which is actually where we do most of our work. We get into the specific characteristics of the subdivision so that we can more accurately project the number of students that will be coming out of that particular subdivision. This slide is the top 15 by total lots at build out. Now, some of these are currently developing, so they will be adding additional units. Some of them are already existing and built out subdivisions. But in general, you can see that the ratios are quite low. Only 3 subdivisions have greater than 0.5 students per residence, and that is number 13, 14, and 15, meaning those are the smallest 3 of the 15 largest, right? So Camillo is already built out. It built out in 2024. Lindell built out years ago. Northwood built out in 2012. And then currently developing Pleasant Hill, Austin's Colony, Oakmont, Traditions, Edgewater, Miramont, Summit Crossing, Greenbrier, and Rudder Point. This slide shows us a heat map of where the development is going to flow through the 10-year projection period. The darkest maroon areas are the planning units where we are projecting the highest activity of development. And you can see through the period that southern portion of the district really radiating out from the Bryan City Center will remain the most active sector in the district through this period. Chris will discuss this further in her next section, but it is important to note here that as we calculated ratios for these subdivisions based on the geocoding of the students in existing neighborhoods, and then we interviewed people in the community, builders and developers, 2 of your board members. We talked to people at the city and at the county. It was confirmed that there is an attraction in Bryan ISD for empty nesters and retirees. There is this lure of coming back to the homeland for Aggies that are buying homes that are only occupied on the weekends. And there are people retiring here because of the great amenities that this community has to offer. So that is really flattening our numbers in terms of the student ratios. Multifamily housing is our next section, and multifamily housing is not projected to present a significant share of our residential growth in this projection period. I really think that this is, as I've talked to developers, they want to hedge their investment risk, right? So if they can get closer to the university where they can count on that Aggie student population, those types of facilities are also going to be attractive to young professionals. And that's where these new, highly amenitized multifamily projects attract, is that young professional. And they're happy to live alongside the student population. So we find that those multifamily developers are looking to locate closer to the university. There are 3 projects that I want to mention. Oaks on Riverside has 315 units. Woodson is a mixed-use project with 66 units. And then the Mods is on Villa Maria across from Glen, and it has 52 units. You can see on the map, it's again in this central area of the district, kind of around the city center. But because of the demographic attracted into multifamily homes, really only 4.3% of the students from newly occupied housing are projected to be from multifamily developments in this projection period. I will mention here that one phenomenon that is somewhat unique to Bryan is the redevelopment that we're seeing around your downtown. The City of Bryan has done a phenomenal job revitalizing that downtown historic core of the city. And what is happening is private investment is coming in, buying lots, buying multiple lots, doing conversions, putting in multifamily townhomes and that type of thing. Those are still going to have very low ratios, very low student ratios. But the bright spot and the thing that I am eager to watch as we continue to work with the district is I think that will support regeneration in those subdivisions. It will keep those subdivisions vibrant, and young professionals will maybe live in those loft-style apartments, but they're ready to grow a family. They're going to buy one of those older homes and renovate it and stay living close to that really, really cool downtown revitalized neighborhood. So in summary, we are projecting 13,104 new residential occupancies over the coming 10 years, with over 86% of those in traditional single-family, 11,319 units, and then 1,785, 13.6% in multifamily. The last thing I want to mention, and just one footnote, is that some of those single-family residential projections that we have in there, in those that lie in that northernmost rural still environment, unincorporated Brazos County, those could be subject to manufactured housing communities. And the reason that I draw attention to this is a growing sector of housing that is affordable for workforce. And as you attract these large industries that we're hearing are coming to the community, that will be a way to provide workforce housing. But they can happen fast, they can happen in large numbers, and they can have really high student ratios. So I'm encouraging you to have a great line of communication with your county commissioners, and if you hear of those projects coming, you will be aware of that, and we will continue to watch out for those developments as well.
May I just say real quickly, I'm sorry, and I'll make it quick. I just want to thank you for bringing these numbers to my attention. I spoke to you, and I was absolutely shocked. You know, we see all this new development and just think, well, if we have this many new houses, we're going to have thousands of students coming in. And I do a lot with the city, so I try to explain. I talked to you, and then I went and spoke to everybody over there that new housing doesn't necessarily mean a lot more students. And I think that's something we all need to take into consideration. And actually, I was absolutely shocked by it, and I really appreciate all the hard work on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez.
Okay, then we'll wrap up just a little bit about student projections, because that's really why we're here. And so this slide is a little bit of a reminder about exactly what all goes into those student projections. It's not just homes times ratio of students. So if we start at the top there at 12 o'clock, birth rates, we touched on those, and we saw those heading downward, right? Incoming kindergarten class size. The birth rate and the kindergarten class size normally track pretty close together, but not always, so we have to watch that sort of thing. And I've mentioned those really low kindergarten classes that have been here in the last couple of 3 years, and that student loss over time. Regeneration, with all those geocoded student sets that we've got, we can go back and look at your kids this year in existing homes, the subdivisions that are not building any new units. We can look at the count this year and the count last year and the count the year before. And we're seeing this last year about 130 or so students lost in existing homes, probably mainly because of the kindergarten class being small and the 12th grade exiting out, right? So that has to come into play. Your cohort size, we always have to take into account. There can be a random second grade class that's large, and that has to work its way through the system. The alternative educational opportunities I mentioned, if and when a new charter school comes into the area, or a very large private school or something like that, that can have an immediate impact on the district, of course. The aging of the current students, I showed you that bulge of students that will be the larger cohorts there are in the process of exiting the high schools. And then the new housing construction, of course, that's the most visible. That's what everybody sees, like Mr. Gonzalez said. But that numbers that the new homes are adding have to be they will be offset by the losses in some other areas. So for the district to have growth, the losses have to cease so that the new students from new housing come on. So this next slide shows 3 scenarios of growth. We have our primary scenario of growth, a reduced and accelerated. And so the primary scenario shows a continued bit of decline before we do see a bit of an uptick due in large part to the new homes there. We can see 16,790 students that we would be projecting at the end of 10 years. The midpoint there would be 16,300 roughly, so a bit of an uptick. We have developed a high and a low. That means that that low would be if we have an extremely robust voucher system that really impacts everybody, that those kindergarten class sizes really dive off. On the flip side, if some of these new developments begin to really drive and house students that are, or house a lot of new itty tiny students as they come on into the district, then we could see a little bit of an uptick there on that top end. But we do that low and that moderate and that high so that we can sort of try to bracket in where we think the district is going to be headed over time. This next slide talks just a little bit about resident students versus enrolled students, especially at the elementary school level. You all have some schools that are netting plus 200 students or minus 178 students. And so we start as our base level of comparison where the students live. And so when you see most of our maps, that will be geocoded resident students. How many students do we think live in that zone? But then when we look at the table, because of the larger number of transfers that you guys have, a lot of times the tables will have the transfers included in that. And so if you see two numbers that are side by side and you can't figure out why there's two numbers difference for Johnson Elementary, one includes transfers and one does not include transfers. So both numbers are very helpful when you're doing planning because programs can and do move around over time. This slide shows just a little bit of an understanding of the weight of where the projected EE through 12th grade students would be by planning unit in 2034. So we do a 10-year projection period. We know that the first several years are likely to be more accurate than the last several years. And actually from the last study that we did with the district, we're tracking quite closely together. The district is a little bit under the scenario of growth that we had there for the primary scenario. But this is just to illustrate that for each one of those planning units that I mentioned earlier, we have projected the projected number of students by grade group for each one of the 10 years of the projection period by planning unit. And so we can put them together and we can break them apart and sum those over time. And so the next map I'm not going to really dwell on. You guys will probably need to go study it because the numbers are itty tiny. But what this shows is the projections for your current elementary attendance zones, resident students. And so that's the important thing to remember, that on the next slide we'll talk a little bit about those that once those transfers are included. But you can see when I look at a map like this, I look at that delta from year 1, year 5, and year 10. Are we gaining or are we losing in each one of those cases? And so you can see in the attendance zones that are colored in blue, where we're going to see a bit of loss, and the attendance zones that are in red there or maroon are the ones that are going to show a bit of gain over time. But when you want to look at how that breaks down with your current transfers and the programs that you have, this is a count of all of those. There's a much more detailed table in Appendix 4 in the report, but this just is a one-slide sort of a thing, and we highlight any year for which the projected enrollment is expected to exceed capacity. And so in this situation, the only thing that we're expecting to actually see exceed capacity would be Houston Elementary, further out in the projection period if everything works out the way we're saying, and only to 113% of capacity. We work for a lot of school districts all over the state. They're growing very rapidly. They use portable buildings, and they know that they can always put more teachers out there, but at some point the kids have to come in and eat, and they don't want them having to eat lunch at 10:30 in the morning. And so they use 120% as a cutoff. And so all of this is showing that Houston, even 10 years out, would be expected to be below that sort of cutoff. District-wide, though, there is quite a bit of space for the elementaries. And so we're not seeing a major need for a new facility based on this data in the next 10 years. The numbers are relatively similar at intermediate. Your transfers are a little bit less at intermediate and then quite a bit less at the middle school level. Do keep in mind that these numbers for the intermediate and the middle and then ultimately the high are going to be reflected of those smaller kindergarten and first grade classes working their way through this system. And so you won't see a ton of gain here, and it's because those kids will be aging forward while you're having those new rooftops come in. Similar sort of thing for SFA. Now, if you remember the heat map that we saw, SFA's zone sort of gets some of that new growth really kind of from both directions. And so we are seeing a bit of growth there, a little bit of decline at Davila. And then when we color code our table and compare it to capacity, we're not really seeing a need for additional intermediate and middle school capacity here. Then quickly at the high school level, for Bryan and for Rudder, you can see again, for Bryan, increase from about 2,500 students to 2,680. This is geocoded students, though, and we'll talk about that in just a second. Rudder, 2,186 to 2,337. However, you have both of those high schools losing students to MC Harris, to Bryan Collegiate, and so that is not the number of students that we would expect to walk into the door. Both Bryan Collegiate and MC Harris don't have zones, and so when we're looking at where those kids live, they all either live in the Bryan or the Rudder zone, but then quite a few of them are transferring out. Bryan has a net out of 140, and Rudder nets out about 587. So the only place where we see a little bit of pressure was maybe at Bryan at the end of the projection period, and I think it's only that Bryan would be at like 103% of capacity or something. It's very, very small numbers, probably easily handleable in the building itself. And with that, we would open it up to questions.
You did such a great job. You just completely.
Chris, I got a question.
That's always my goal. Sometimes people they're looking to retire by the time we get done talking.
Chris, I got a question. So on, I think it was slide 13, and kind of in light of the Texas legislature vote Thursday, and kind of heading where vouchers is going, one of the numbers you mentioned on here is 172 more students could leave for charter over the next 5 years. How do y'all arrive at that number?
That is talking to the charters, talking and comparing to their capacity and looking at what they are, how much space they have left. That also does include some growth in virtual. And it's based on a rate of growth that we've seen for virtual schools, because that's sort of just off the table too. The virtual schools are charter schools, and they're Hallsville, and there are about a half a dozen of them in the state.
So does that 172 include private schools as well?
It does not include private schools,
Okay.
no.
Thank you.
Well, if we have no other questions, thank you. That was an awful lot to absorb.
Okay.
And I might ask a question, only it probably would sound kind of stupid because I'm thinking, no, I didn't get some of that, but I will ask one question.
Sure.
Because it sounds like there was a lot of, okay, the kindergarten's going down, looks like it's still going down or going to continue to go down. But our overall enrollment was actually projected to probably go up a little. So maybe you could simplistically explain the biggest factors and why that's still likely to happen according to your.
Well, we have to assume that the kindergarten is going to stop. We're not going to have no kids in any of the existing homes in Bryan ISD. And so we're watching it, but we are assuming that it will level out and then that you're going to build enough new homes on top, even with those low ratios, to overtake that number toward the end of the projection period. It is going to be a wait and see sort of a thing. Where is the bottom going to be for that? And so that's why we're trying to draw on information from all of the rest of the districts that we've worked for around the state. So in 2 words, it's new homes.
And I had a question about homeschooling. You said it's really nebulous, like you can't put a number on it. It's really a guess.
We don't have a count of that. The way homeschoolers show up to us is a lower ratio of students per home. Because that means that if the child is homeschooled, they're not showing up in your data set, so they count as 0 students in an occupied home.
Would you mind sharing just a bit about the 3 scenarios so that if you're off base from moderate, which we use for planning purposes, how you've accounted for a more higher base or a lower base?
Okay. Well, basically what it boils down to is those kindergarten students and the ratios, and whether or not we might see some large parcels of land come on that we were, maybe advance a little bit into the development. And so it's a makeup basically of those 3 situations here. We didn't, I don't believe, include additional charter schools coming in some situations, in some, more urban areas where charter schools drop in periodically here and there. On the lower side, we will account for additional charter school growth coming in. But most of this had to do with ratios and homes and kindergarten, up and down in various ways.
Anybody else? Well, thank you very much.
Come back in about 9 months, and we'll have a lot more questions.
Okay, sounds
Back in about 9 minutes.
I want to thank the board for having the vision and just the appreciation for making this possible. As far as strategic planning, this is obviously very relevant information as we begin our planning and our work. And so, again, we thank you for the partnership, and we thank you for providing this opportunity and this data. So thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
All right, Ms. Carabine, do you have a superintendent's report?
Yes, sir, and I anticipated this to be a late night, so it's very brief, just a couple of celebrations. Thank you for allowing all the spotlights for tonight. That was, spoke volumes. But I'd like to start with just a shout out to Bryan Collegiate High School. They recently held their junior service project showcase. Hopefully a couple of you were able to stop by, but you're looking at a few examples of the students presenting their projects from throughout the year. They basically serve our community and give back in a multitude of ways, accumulating thousands of hours. This is actually a requirement at Bryan Collegiate High School as part of the early college high school program. The most refreshing thing about it, as you walked around and you heard about them volunteering in many different capacities, is that they are all inspired to continue to serve upon graduation. I think we've planted that intrinsic seed of motivation for them. Moving on, this is a bittersweet time of the year as we prepare to say goodbye to our graduating seniors. It's also an exciting time of the year, as you saw tonight, because it's scholarship season, and it's college acceptance season, and it's workforce development celebrations for career opportunities. So you're looking at the most recent, one of our Ivy League bound students from Bryan High School. We're very proud about that. In the middle, we've already mentioned tonight about the adult workforce training opportunity. We're very excited about the work we do for our high school students to get them ready for high wage, high demand jobs. But this is a very exciting adventure to target the adults in our community. And then finally, we're celebrating Bryan High School, having 5 students in that photo right there, advancing to the state history fair. They've now qualified to go to nationals. So just making us proud in every way. And then wrapping it up tonight, congratulations to the Rudder High School boys 4x100 relay team. They placed second at regionals and punched their ticket to represent Bryan ISD at the state track meet coming right up. Also this week, we celebrated Bryan High School signing 16 athletes to go play at the next level. And then also celebrating under the umbrella of athletics, we're super proud of our Special Olympics athletes for representing us so well at a track meet right next door in College Station ISD. So great things continue to happen, and we're very proud of our students. But of course, none of this would be made possible without our amazing students and our coaches and our sponsors for going the extra mile to provide these opportunities. So, thank you.
Thank you. And now we have several people. Looks like we've got Associate Superintendent of Teaching and Learning, Dr. Barbara Lara, Executive Director of School Leadership, Linda Montoya, Director of Counseling Services, Donna Willett, and Executive Director of Special Program, Jennifer Warren, are going to give us information about Safe and Supportive Schools update.
Thank you, Mr. Stasny. We do have a team. What we'd like to do is focus on one of our board goals this evening, and specifically Board Goal 2. Board Goal 2, as you well know, as you've adopted it and wrote it, is to foster and sustain a culture and climate that encourages a shared responsibility for a positive learning environment that encourages engagement in academic, extracurricular, and service activities. To do that this evening, we have several people who would like to share with you this evening an update on our 3-year partnership with Safe and Civil Schools. We want to give you some background information on how that connects to counseling services, and then blend into our Parents as Partners series, and then also ending with inclusive practices with Jennifer Warren. So I'd like to go ahead and bring up Linda Montoya, please, to talk about Safe and Civil Schools.
Thank you, Dr. Piara. All right, thinking back to 1920, that was when kids went home in March and didn't come back because of COVID, and then kids were out in 2021. Some came back and some stayed home and did the virtual learning. So when the kids came back in 21-22, the district identified a need, and we felt like we needed more positive behavior intervention and support for students. Students hadn't been in, with routines and all for the period of time they were out, and so we identified that need. In the spring of '22, we started planning ahead, and in '22-23, we started a 3-year initiative with Safe and Civil Schools. So the 6 components of Safe and Civil Schools and their positive behavior support system include discipline policies and procedures, school climate culture, school safety, student and staff interactions, student motivation, and academic engagement. So during year 1, which was in '22-23, all of our teachers, every teacher in our district, they were trained in either CHAMPS at the elementary level or discipline in the secondary classroom at the secondary level. And these are structured classroom management systems. Also during that year, every campus formed their campus foundations team, and that was a team of 8 to 10 people, and an administrator had to be on that team. So during year 1, campuses also created their guidelines for success. These are their guidelines. It's like their big picture rules. So things that the kids live by. Be respectful, have integrity. Each campus did this with their students and their staff. Also during this year, our foundations teams went through modules A and B. We had the same trainer for the entire 3 years, and Module A was Foundations of Behavior Support, a continuous improvement process, and Module B was Managing Behavior in Common Areas with School-Wide Policies. In year 2, all new teachers were trained in CHAMPS or in discipline in the secondary classroom, and then new teachers who had gone through CHAMPS the year prior, they went through early stage intervention training and also teacher encyclopedia. Also in year 2, all of our campus administrators as well as our instructional coaches went through coaching CHAMPS. So teachers were implementing CHAMPS or discipline in the secondary classroom, and having this training, it provided us many opportunities to get into classrooms and to provide feedback for teachers, continuous feedback, and we were in classrooms daily, so in providing feedback to teachers. Also in year 2, we had our attendance initiative. If you remember back, the SOAR to Success, 9 days or less. Exemplary is best, and that's 3 days or less. And that was a lot also because of COVID. Attendance wasn't, before COVID, our attendance was over 96% district-wide, and districts across the state, the attendance was not as good. Our attendance each year has gone back up, so we're continuing with that initiative. And campuses also put into place incentives for good attendance. Also in year 2, we went through modules C and D, which are conscious construction of an inviting school climate and responding to misbehavior and instructional approach. In year 3, the brand new teachers went through CHAMPS, and then other staff went through early stage intervention and teacher encyclopedia. So our goal is for every teacher and every administrator to have all 3 of those trainings, which they utilize daily. And then we move into year 3, that's this year, that's our current year. We have finished the last 2 modules through Safe and Civil Schools. Module E was improving safety, managing conflict, and reducing bullying. And Module F was sustaining and continuum of behavior support. So with all this being said, Throughout these 3 years, our universal training and support totaled 24 campuses, going through 100-plus hours of training over the 3 years. Campus teams, our foundations teams, meet monthly, and all decisions made are made in conjunction, in collaboration with the faculty. So what they learn at foundations goes back to their faculties, and every decision that is made that's going to happen at the campus happens in full collaboration with the entire faculty. Campuses are continuously looking at data, so they're looking at behavior data, referral data, attendance data, so every decision is also based on data. So our district impact that we've had, so our office referrals have decreased 42% since 22-23. Our out-of-placement referrals have decreased by 32% since May of 2023, and our referrals from classrooms are down 49% from April of 24 to currently in April of 25. So those are some of the campus impacts, and we've invited 4 of our campuses to come up and just talk about a data point and something that they have done at their campuses that they feel like has been an impact as we've gone through this process. So we're going to have a representative from Bryan High School, one from Davila, one from Sadbury, and one from Jones. We'd also, each of the principals brought a poster to share, and Mr. Gonzalez, I think you were here the day that our last day of foundations training when campuses spotlighted their campus, and we walked around and saw the things that they have done over these 3 years. So these 4 principals that came have brought their poster, so we'd like you at some point this evening to look and just to see what they've done, but they're going to share something also from their poster. Bryan High School. You can come up here.
We can't see that far.
Do you need your board? You don't need your board with you?
Oh, okay.
No, I got my notes right here. We're good. We're good. I guess I go first? So I'm Dee Gibson. I'm one of the assistant principals at Bryan High School. And so this year, and I made my notes to stay focused, but we really wanted to focus on consistent and positive relationships with our kids. We really believe building relationships with the kids helps impact not only the instruction, but the discipline, just the campus in general. So this year, we created some protocols for safety as well as getting kids to class, and one of those is every morning we have 3 entry points for students, and we have staff from admin to SROs to teachers to paras to our everybody. And we are greeting the students as they are entering the building, tell them good morning, just kind of getting a temperature check, but we're also checking IDs and dress code. We felt that was something we really wanted to hold the kids accountable for. And so, because it sets the standard, for how the learning is going to go on that day. And so by doing that, we've seen, and teachers are, look, because a lot of our teachers are here tonight, but, they greet the students at the door every class period as well. And so by doing just little things of those greeting the kids, building those relationships, we've seen a decrease of referrals overall by 36%. And of those, with skipping, which, a campus our size, it's very easy to do, but we have seen a decrease of about 56% on skipping compared to last year. So that was our big aha for us and things that we've implemented. So with those decrease of kids skipping, we're seeing hopefully better tier 1 instruction in the classroom. So that was us for Bryan High.
If you'd said 10 or 20%, I'd been pretty impressed, but yet these numbers are really amazing.
Yes, sir.
And just so somebody's not making some incorrect assumptions here, this isn't about just, okay, well, we're going to cut everybody slack and we're not going to hold them accountable. You use that word accountability, and so it's not about relaxing the rules or anything. Is that correct?
Correct. I mean, we kind of figured too, is like, we're holding them accountable for, like I said, even IDs and dress codes, and they're gonna have consequences for that. What are they gonna do to us with the bigger things? And so we have seen decreases on a lot of those. And so I think we've worked well as a team across the whole campus.
Great.
So I know with high school, at that age group, they have their own minds.
Yes, ma'am.
And so the staff that are on the campus, how do you get them to have buy-in, everyone to have buy-in? Because there's always somebody that's, well, that's not going to work, I don't want to do that.
Absolutely.
But it takes everybody
Yes,
to
ma'am.
do it.
And we're not perfect, but I feel even as an admin team, we've worked on building relationships with our staff as well, and giving them the why. This is why we're doing it. Number one being that safety. We want to keep our kids and our staff safe, but also we want to increase that instruction in the classroom to teach these kids, and that's why we're really big on just building those relationships as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gibson, and we'll have Mrs. Rada from Davila.
Hi, good evening. So at Davila, we were looking at our hallway behavior. Overall, yes, like our referrals, which kind of is the consequence of hallway misbehavior. So we kind of focused on hallway. So one of the things back there on the poster you see on the left-hand side is it's hallway cues. So it's like the walk and talk. Or if it's we're still checking for like IDs, like Dan was saying, but it's instead of like always yelling the same things, it's hey, hats off. And if you just kind of tap your head, then that means you can take their hood off. Their IDs, we kind of said, okay, who are you? Like, do I know you type thing? And that means they don't have their ID on. And so through doing the hallway cues, it has reduced our referrals. What's up there, about the 21%, that's our overall referrals. We kind of looked at from August until February. It was like into February, whenever our last foundation meeting was. But then we also looked at our special 8th grade group right now. When we had them in 7th grade, they had some extreme number of referrals. So then now that we've started the hallway cues, we wanted to see, was it reduced? And so yes, even that same group of kids, we kind of just watched them from last year as 7th graders till now as 8th graders. Again, it was just like August to the end of February. And we have seen a huge reduction in our referrals now that we've implemented it.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Ms. Rada. And Mr. Scott from Sudbury Intermediate.
Good evening.
So your attendance went up 95.48%, is that what?
Yes, sir.
Impressive.
So I want to thank my assistant principal, Ms. Yesenia Silva, and Mr. John Pola, our foundations liaison. And I'll tell you guys, foundations is it's the building block of everything that we want to get accomplished at Sudbury, because coming in there, we wanted to build climate and culture, and that was our focus. And the foundations team helped us to that. We want to make sure that we focus on building relationships. That was the main thing. And not only with teachers, but also students. And so at Sudbury, you'll see that we have extracurricular activities. We have intramural sports, we have choir, we have band, we have every club that you can imagine. We actually even have a sign language club. And the goal is to build that genuine relationship between teachers and students outside of the classroom. Whereas they may go at it like Tom and Jerry in the classroom, when you get them outside of the classroom with something they're both passionate in, whether it be sign language, whether it be choir, whether it be band, they build that genuine relationship. And that's where you're able to make that impact, because now when they go into the classroom, they will go that extra mile for that teacher. And I'd learned a long time ago that I'm not the star. I can go up and down the hallway high-fiving every kid in that building and it won't make a difference. But when those kids see those teachers in that light and they form that genuine connection, that's where you get your impact. And we know that it's successful because you can look and you can see that 95%, our goal is 96%, so we're right there at 95.48. Kids will come to school because they believe in their teachers and they believe in what we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. And Jones Elementary, Mr. Neal.
Good evening. I'm Ms. Darnell, one of the assistant principals at Anson Jones Elementary and also part of our foundations team. So when we begin to look at our promising practices, we focused on attendance. We set a goal of intentional communication and recognizing our students who were meeting our attendance goals. And so some of the strategies we used were as simple as sending a postcard home that had specific attendance information on it for our parents about those students. We recognized our students by having our weekly 6 weeks award ceremonies, which our parents attend through Zoom, which is really beneficial for our parents that work because they're able just to click on and, see their students receive their awards. We also had attendance parties, which our students love. And then we have our Principals 200 Club, which we celebrate our students with Dr. Velez becoming a chef for the day, where she cooks gourmet breakfast meals for our students, and they absolutely love it. So just through all of this, as a result, we've seen our chronic absentee rate decrease from a 12.4 to 10.8%. So we are absolutely thrilled about that. Again, on our poster at the back, you can see a lot of our other promising practices. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Darnell.
Now we're going to move into the school counseling part of it. School counselors play a huge role in safe and supportive schools. The comprehensive guidance program, I guess I need to move that. How about that? The comprehensive guidance program is comprised of 4 components: guidance curriculum, responsive services, individual planning, and system support. We're going to focus on that guidance curriculum, or those lessons that the counselors do. The goal of these are building skills for social and emotional and academic success for our students. We're going to talk a little bit about some of the topics that kind of encompass that safe and supportive schools concept. At elementary and intermediate, we use a program called Change Makers. We start the year with kindness, because everything starts with kindness, and then we move right into the brain. We start with our baby tinies in kindergarten, teaching them these 3 parts of the brain and how they affect your emotions and your reactions to different things. We talk about tolerance, we talk about breathing techniques, compassion for others. Understanding others is the terminology we use for empathy at that level, and then impulse control. At middle school and high school, we use a program called School Connect. It's new for us this year, so there's some learning curves that going in with it, but the content is so much better than what we've used the last several years, so thank you for letting me to get that. Again, some of those topics include working towards empathy, advocating for others, being a change agent, building those positive and healthy relationships, because that's really important at that grade level, those grade levels. And then district-wide, K through 12, with major support from tech services, our students are doing those digital citizenship lessons. Now I want to focus really just on our campaigns and what we're trying to do to lessen bullying and to help students understand kind of what it really means and what do I do from there. Our guidance lessons, we do a whole week in the month of October, which parallels tolerance, and we put tolerance there specifically because the month of October is the National Anti-Bullying Week. As you can see, we take the information from both the federal and the state websites that they have for school districts in regards to stop bullying, and we use that to develop our lessons. Those screenshots are a couple of slides from our elementary slide deck and from our middle school slide deck. Along with the lessons that are going on in the classroom during that week, we've also created newsletters that are for our staff and for our parents. We actually created 3 different newsletters, and they have pretty much the same content in them, but we adjust the language to them. This one that's here is one that we developed for our elementary parents and our elementary staff, because the language and the terminology we use parallels the language and the terminology we use in those elementary lessons. Same thing, we have a high school version, and then we have a middle years version that we developed. So if a student comes home and talks about it, then the parent has the same language that the students are getting in the lessons at school. As a part of that, each year we do a lesson on the Be Safe app. We do that at intermediate through high school. I've had a couple of elementary counselors who had a number of students who had their own social media, and so they've had to pull in and do some small group kind of stuff. But we do it at intermediate through high school. We talk them through the why you would do that, because it's not just about bullying. There's a whole bunch of different reasons that a student may use the Be Safe app. That screenshot is kind of hard to see, but it's the ClassLink page that all the students have, and that big B that's blown up is what that icon looks at to help students be able to find it. And finally, as part of this language, we talk to students about being upstanders. The old words that were used when we talked about bullying was being the bully, being the target, or being the bystander. We don't want our students to be the bystander. If things are happening, we want them to be an upstander, which that is the language we use with them, and teach them all the different things that they could do to help the situation, whether it's directly or it's indirectly, getting an adult or getting on the Be Safe app, during that time frame. We talk about differences in people. We talk about being empathetic to students' differences as part of that language to be an upstander. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about our partnering with parents. Our elementaries and middle schools and high schools, everybody does a great job of family engagement activities in their buildings. They do STEM nights, they do literacy nights, they do carnivals. But we have been working very, very hard from the district level to have activities that are district-wide for families to get involved with. One of those that's been here forever and they just left is Jones is our home for Read by Third. That program has been going on a number of years, and it's community agencies, our teachers, our staff, working with families and kids on Saturday mornings throughout the year and helping with parent input of what topics do we need help with. Those are the kind of outside agencies they're bringing in to talk with those. We've started a program called Next Step. Ms. Montoya actually takes the lead on that, where we're working with intermediate parents. We did one last year and we did one this year, and we used the Sudbury campus, and it was standing room only. And again, we had a variety of topics for parents to go in and see. Ms. Carabine has a parent advisory team that she meets with, and the pictures here are from the Bryan ISD Family and Community Hub. We're trying to make things look consistent from campus to campus. So if I have kids at 3 different campuses, I know where to go to check for their activities, and I know where to go and check for district-wide activities. So that consistency there, we hope, is helping our parents get the information that they need.
May I ask a quick question?
Yes, sir.
You know, we've had a lot of news about bullying, and we've had that brought to our attention. Is there anything else we can do? You know, I spoke to several of the parents at the silent protest, and I kept hearing that the children, that the students were anxious. There's a lot of anxiety about coming to school. Is there anything more that we can do? You know, I know none of us would want a single child to be bullied or to feel anxious about, we want everybody to feel welcome. Like you said, it's in our board goals. Is there anything else we can do to focus to make sure that this message is getting across? Because what we have seen, it's not getting across to every student. I understand. Of course. We can never get everything across to every student, but is there anything that we've looked at, or what would you suggest? I told parents I would ask if there's something we could do to get that more. You know, again, it's nothing any of us would want for anybody, you know, our own children, and I put myself and think about my own kids when they were in school. So is there anything else you would suggest?
There are a couple other things, especially at the elementary level, and I also actually had an intermediate counselor send me a slide deck that he uses when there's this is not going great, or there's some issues here. They do small groups. They do lunch bunches. They pull them in. Sometimes it's even a campus administrator will pull kids in and have conversations and try to help them build those appropriate skills. And it's spring, and kids get outside and they're rambunctious and they're hot and it happens. And so we had our counselor meeting last week and we talked about, again, let's bring up some of those things that we did in the fall, let's revamp them, and let's have some additional conversations.
I'd never really heard that till Dr. Harlan and Ms. Carabine discussed it a couple of years ago about how crazy kids get in the spring. I'm like, what are you talking about? And
Yes.
2.5 years later, I absolutely understand what they're talking about. So, but whatever we could do, like I said, I know a lot of our parents just want to be heard. And again, I know we do everything we can, and I know now's the time to say this, but they don't know everything that we're doing to address the situation. And I just encourage us to try to keep our parents informed that we will hold kids responsible, but we need to know about it. If we don't know about it, there's nothing we can do to rectify the situation.
Correct.
Thank you.
And I'll take that a little bit further, especially with older kids. Despite our best efforts, and I think we're making great efforts at reducing and trying to eliminate bullying, some of it's going to happen. And there's a perception among some people that if they don't get a lot of information about consequences imposed, then they're, I guess, suspicious that nothing happened. I don't know what's going on there other than this just belief that if I don't know everything that happened, then maybe nothing happened. So would you couch some of this, and any one of you can address this, and maybe it was going to come later, but we have confidentiality laws, FERPA, which is an acronym. I think it's important for people to know that not only are we addressing the issue, but we can't make a public issue of it, at least not legally, without the permission of the parent or the adult child. Is that all
Yes, sir.
correct?
I think Ms. Matoya
Yeah,
will address
so,
that.
that's absolutely correct. And I know, Dr. Stasny, when I've talked to a lot of parents, we can't, because of FERPA, we can't share consequences that children get. But what we a lot of times will do is say to the parent, I can't share with you what this child's consequence is, just like I wouldn't share if your child was in trouble, what their consequences were. However, when we have a situation like this, these are the steps that we usually take so that they understand that when this happens, these are the things that we usually do to fix the problem.
Thank you. Because I want people to know that it's not, we have not adopted an attitude that, well, boys will be boys or whatever,
Exactly.
and, they're not going to get consequences. We're going to try to keep all our kids safe, and when the conduct gets to an extreme level, it's not like we're going to sit back and just let the status quo continue.
Absolutely.
And like I said, I get complaints. Well, I call her and I realize sometimes you guys have said everything you can say 3 or 4 times to them. And so, yeah, I'm not trying to throw you guys and say, well, you're not responding. Again, like Mr. Stasny said, I do want people to be aware that we can't give them details, but that we will not, I don't think any of us will put up with bullying. I mean, the stuff we've seen is not acceptable anywhere. And I just want everybody, the public, to know that we will do whatever we can. And that's why I'm asking if we need to focus a little bit more on that, or, or what we could do to reiterate that.
Yeah. We have zero tolerance for bullying.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I've got a question. Prior to serving on this board, I had some misconceptions about the Be Safe app. I assumed that it would throw an email into somebody's inbox and sit there until they wanted to check it, and I didn't really understand, and I got a better understanding of how the Be Safe app works, and I think that our awareness of the Be Safe app is increasing, but maybe our parents and students don't really understand quite the impact that what message into the Be Safe app triggers and who receives it. Can you elaborate on that just a little bit?
Well, I know at the campus level, there are administrators that get it. I get them. Dr. Merrill gets them. Rich Himmel gets them.
It's limited to one counselor at each building. A lot of campuses only have one, but it's one at each building, just because, again, we're talking about confidentiality and if it doesn't particularly involve them. So there's one counselor. Yeah.
So it would not come to you guys, or it goes to one counselor and then to all of you as well?
It goes to the counselor at the campus.
At the campus.
Only?
Right, at that, yes. It doesn't go across, everything is specific to that particular building except some district-wide personnel.
It's going to trigger, honestly, kind of a string of notifications that'll go to the campus and to district level. And so there really is a tree of individuals that when they hit submit and they select the campus that it's associated with, it goes out to everybody almost simultaneously. And so it's what you said, we're all going to get a notification pretty quickly, and then we follow up with it, I mean, honestly, within typically minutes, if not sooner. And the campus is, in a lot of cases, already aware of it or is dealing with it, but we always double check with the information that we get. And so it's monitored. I mean, it's monitored all the time, to be honest.
Well, yes, because we not only get an email, but we get a text message as well.
So it does, not just to the, I'm sorry, I don't understand.
No.
So it goes to the counselor on campus?
Yes.
And an administrator.
And an administrator.
It's counselor, principal, Ms. Montoya,
Okay,
Dr.
it does go,
Merrill,
okay, I'm sorry.
Rich
Okay.
Himmel.
Yes.
It's, and would you elaborate, please, if it's a life safety significant threat, it's actually monitored 24/7 by the police department?
That's right, and we've gotten those like
Yeah.
at midnight or early in the morning, and I know they go to the campus principal, but I know I've gotten them, and I've contacted Dr. Merrill late at night, I've called the police late at night, so.
So I get hers and she gets mine. We get each other's, so there's overlap from who gets them. So when I say there's overlap, there's a lot of individuals that get them. And so if it's a life safety situation, we'll either reach out to one another or we'll talk to Rich, or in some cases, we immediately reach out to Bryan PD and we initiate whatever is appropriate in that situation for what we've read. So it truly triggers an email and a text message to, I don't want to say a dozen people, but it's pretty close to that.
Because Joel's exactly right. You know, when we just think it goes to one person,
No.
maybe it gets
No.
read.
No.
And that's the perception,
No.
I think, as well, is
Yeah.
that
Well, and just a point of clarification, it's not limited to just students that can do this.
No,
That's
it's anyone in the
correct.
community.
So I
Yes.
think to Joel's point too, and to piggyback off that, I think it's imperative to kind of communicate that it's not an app that's just limited to our student body, it's also available
That's
to
a
all
great
parents.
point. And we get them all the time from parents and from community members and, hey, and so, blah, 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 and we'll investigate it for sure.
does a parent receive confirmation? If a parent were to send it in, do they receive any confirmation? We got it and we're handling it, or is it, I know we get confidentiality in there as
Yeah.
well.
It depends on the situation. So the principal will respond to them if they need additional information or,
Yeah, it is anonymous, so we're not going to get like
Okay.
IP addresses or phone numbers or
Right.
those types of things. So in some cases, we can respond. They'll respond inside the email or inside the communication, I don't know how to say it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The app.
The app,
Yeah.
thank you, thank you. Thank you. Struggling for a lack of communication there. They can communicate it. In a lot of cases, there's not a two-way communication. They're informing us, and then we immediately respond.
Okay.
So again,
So we don't have any way of saying, thank you, we got it. But do they receive any kind of verification that it has been received? Is there any
yes.
way to do that? Okay.
Yes, they do.
Okay, that's, again, like Joel said, you think you send it and it goes into,
and we monitor them as well, and we can tell when it's been taken care of.
okay. Thank you.
Good evening. Going through this idea of safe and supportive schools, one of the words that comes to mind oftentimes with the same theme is inclusion. And then you start thinking about our special populations and the importance of making sure that they feel safe and supported and included in our school environment. And here at Bryan ISD, inclusion is not just a goal, it is what we do. It's what we do every day. We build environments where every student can feel success in every school environment that they find themselves in. And what I want to share with you tonight are just a few examples of that. Some are on the screen, some I'll just talk to you about. And please know what I'm sharing with you is only a small snippet of the amazing things that are happening all across the district. For example, what we have at Davila Middle School are our two boys PE coaches, Coach Coach Russell and Coach Dickey. They are our boys coaches, and they go out of their way to make sure that every student who is in our life skills classrooms get a high five or a fist bump or some type of acknowledgement that they are walking into that gym and getting ready to participate with their peers that are non-disabled. And it's an amazing way for our coaches on their own to pull them in and have them participate alongside their peers. Additionally, we have co-teach at our pre-K classrooms across the district with our early childhood special education classes. And if you're unfamiliar with the model of co-teach, what that looks like is instead of having a special education classroom for our students in pre-K that have disabilities, and then a separate classroom for our general education pre-K students without disabilities, what we do is we blend those classrooms together and we put a general education teacher in the classroom and also a special ed teacher in the classroom. There are paras to help support those high needs that are in the classroom, but it supports the inclusion of those students to learn those social skills. But it's amazing what happens in those settings. It's not just the social skills of our students with disabilities, but you know, as adults, we come across diverse populations all the time. So it's also teaching our non-disabled peers how to work alongside those that might be a little bit diverse from their own situation. What we also find is that students that participate in this co-teach model oftentimes leave pre-K going into a general education kindergarten classroom rather than funneling possibly into a life skills classroom for the remainder of their school setting. On the heels of that, to protect all students from funneling into a more restrictive environment, we have what we call an LRE process, and that stands for Least Restrictive Environment Process. Every student that is being considered for additional supports that will pull them out of the mainstream classroom goes through a process of data collection to ensure that we have tried everything possible to make the appropriate decision to pull them out of the gen ed classroom to receive their supports in a special ed setting. That protection is there so that our students have the opportunity to be educated alongside their non-disabled peers as much as possible as appropriate. And it's a great recognition of the fact that we want our students learning alongside each other and being included with their peers. What you're also going to find is in our 18 plus program, sorry, there's not a picture for this one, but across the district, you are going to find our adult students with disabilities, age 18 to 22, learning how to live life in the community at different places around town. You'll find them at Goodwill. You will find them working at the A&M Conference Center and Hotel. You will find students working all around the community. So this idea of inclusion is not just about here at Bryan ISD including our students with each other, but it's also our community mindset saying, hey, we are business owners and we have a place for every type of worker in our community. And they find a place for our students to gain good employment for supporting themselves into adulthood. And to further that concept, we even have several of our students that have completed that program and they actually work here in this district in many of our departments. So we even buy into this idea of inclusion that we can support each and every one of our students even after graduation. Going on to the next slide, I want to show you the highlight of my life every year, and it is Special Olympics. We just had our state field and track meet, and the Bryan Lions participated, and it's a powerful example of inclusion. Because not only are our students getting the opportunity to be included in competition, it's way more than that. What you'll find are non-disabled peers that are either running alongside them at the finish line, ready to hug them and stop them at the finish line, or you'll find them even consoling them if they didn't win the gold medal, because that does happen sometimes. But it fosters friendship and these relationships that last forever. I remember in high school, I was a hugger at the finish line at track meets, and I still stay in touch with many of those students. So much so that the adult Special Olympics were here 2 years ago, and I recognized somebody from across the field, and I went up and talked to the coach that was with them, and it was a student that I hugged at the finish line, still participating in adult Special Olympics. So it's a lifetime friendship where I was able to reconnect with them, and it was a beautiful day. Inclusion is not just a single program that we have on in our district. It's not a practice that we just stick in here and there in different programs. It's really something that we ingrain in every single facet of our students' educational experience. One of my absolute favorite things that you can see in a district is what happened when our ambassadors started a Night That Shines prom. And I'm not going to steal Brian's thunder, but I am going to tell you this one thing. When you have non-disabled peers putting effort into something for someone else to ensure that they become included and have an experience that's special for them, that means something special is happening in a district. So, Brian, I'm sorry if I stole a little bit of your thunder, but I'm going to pass it off to you now.
I appreciate the opportunity, and there's people in the audience that were there that night, and so they could honestly come up and talk about what an incredible night it was. And it's the 4th annual. You'll see the dancing going on. Mr. Gonzalez, you were there as well, and you saw the fun that was had by everyone. Inclusion means it's really fun for everybody. It's not about any one group having necessarily just the sole amount of fun.
I think Dr. Merrill had more fun than everybody else.
Yeah, it was good. There were 2 moments in particular that I pray I remember for the rest of my life, to be honest with you. One is when they played You Don't Know You're Beautiful, and they played the One Direction song, and truthfully, everyone was on the dance floor, and we were just jumping and singing the song. And it was a beautiful moment when you looked around. I mean, truly, there were tears in the eyes, and kids were just yelling, and they're screaming at each other, "You don't know you're beautiful." And they were just singing the song. I'm not going to sing it, although I just attempted to do that. Clearly not One Direction, and I was not in choir, so I didn't. I'm a product of public education, not choir education. But it was truly a gorgeous moment. And then we did the red carpet, and the students walked out and walked back in. And there was a few moments when there was a little, I don't know, they were just a little nervous about it. And they grabbed them by the hand, and then we walked in, and some people did it 2 or 3 times. And so it was just a wonderful moment. And I love the fact that this was our first ambassador event. We go all the way back, and we were sitting in a room in Katy, or a gym in Katy, and the kids ran up, and they were like, "We want to do this. We have just a few short months. Can we pull it off?" And we said, "Absolutely." So we went to Bryan High, and we went to Rudder, and we said, we're going to launch the plane, and we'll figure out how to get it done. And very quickly, the kids figured out how to get it done, and it's become just a staple of what we do. And I'm so very, very, very proud. The African American Museum has come on board, and they've helped partner with us. And so it's just a beautiful thing that we're thankful for, that we get to be a part of. And we can't wait for it next year. So again, inclusion goes both ways, and we're honored to get to be a part of it.
Dr. Merrill, this is just a quick example. Back when Marty Crystal was coach, and I'm not saying they don't do it now, but this just came out of his program, he encouraged kids to come out. And there were several of our special needs students that came out for football. And he always made the opportunity, this was mid-2000s, to let them play. And so my middle son kind of got really good friends with one of them, and they stayed good friends. And this young man started calling my son probably 6 years ago, "Hey, I need a partner for Special Olympic golf." And so my son became his partner for Special Olympic golf, and they have been golf partners all through the years. I mean, and they're pretty good. They come home with medals, and they're so proud. And it all started because of the inclusion and I'm sure we're doing it now too. I just know that example. And they're in their late 30s, and they're lifelong friends because of the graciousness of the coaches letting those students be on their football team.
So that is our team approach to just giving you an update on Board Goal 2. It's a window into it. It certainly isn't all-encompassing, but know that the team and the campuses are all committed to a safe and supportive school environment for staff and for students, as well as our families. So if there are any other questions, we'd be glad to answer them.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any questions? I guess we already asked a few, didn't we?
Yeah.
That's all very encouraging and something that we can be proud of.
And let us know if y'all need anything for bullying, like resources.
Appreciate that.
We always have lots of money, so whatever we need. That's important enough, though, seriously. If there's anything
Truly.
you'll need from us, please let us know.
And Dr. Barros, you hadn't gone anywhere because you go, that coming up is assessment and accountability update. Give us what's new and maybe a little refresher as well.
Yes, sir. You'll be glad to know this is a brief presentation, but it is something that's pretty timely and pretty critical. So this Thursday, we have given this presentation before in the boardroom, but this Thursday we do expect some new information coming out from the Texas Education Agency regarding the 2023 accountability ratings. So to remind you, everything in blue is STAR 1.0. That is the old version of the state assessment. Many things changed in the assessment, but the name did not change, and so the green rows are STAR 2.0. We have not actually had a rating under the new assessment because it's been tied up in court injunctions. That's recently been lifted on the 2023 ratings, but not the 2024 ones just yet. So we anticipate some data coming forward. And let's just remember a little bit about that. STAR 2.0, we had changes to both the assessment as well as to the methodology of calculating that A through F. So when we talk about the assessment, we had new content with writing on every assessment. We had new technology-enhanced questions. We had new types of scoring rubrics for the essays that kids write. We had automated AI grading of those written assessments. So all of those changes are why we call it STAR 2.0. It's a very different assessment for our students and for our faculties. When we talk about the accountability system, it changed radically during the same time frame. Again, this is 22 to 23, where there are different cut points, different methodologies. The shift was so great that our Board of Trustees banded together and wrote and crafted a board resolution saying we appreciate that we need assessment, but we would like a year to understand the new assessment and to understand the new accountability system, so hold harmless the schools and the districts for the year 2023 as we all learn the new assessment and this new methodology and system. So thank you again to the Board of Trustees for that resolution. The district proceeded with the assessment like everybody else in the state of Texas. And then the following fall, in the fall of the 23-24 school year, the state came out with the accountability manual for the prior year, thus the court injunction. But nonetheless, we do have those results coming out this Thursday. And as you recall, the Texas Education Agency and the Commissioner of Education came forward to school boards and to districts to understand that under this new methodology, schools that were an A in 2022 under STAR 1.0 and the original A through F system could improve and still receive a lower letter grade rating. And so that is absolutely what's transpiring. So we look at our district. Our district in 2022 was an 86B under STAR 1.0 and that original system. Then very next year, under STAR 2.0 and the new accountability system, we improved graduation rates, we improved college and career readiness, and almost all of the EOCs and STAR assessments, student performance went up. But we will have a lower letter grade rating as promised by the Commissioner of Education. So that will be coming out on Thursday, but just again, resting assured that our community knows student performance was on the rise and is on the rise. But the accountability system is a different system. They did not change the names like they've done historically, where they change the name of the test or they change what the rating labels are. They kept them all the same. And so it can be very misleading to families, community, and to the public about the performance of public education. So just once again, that will be coming out this Thursday. And as promised by the Commissioner of Education and the Texas Education Agency, all schools should expect to see lower ratings despite progress. Can I answer any questions?
Just have a comment.
Yes, ma'am.
If that doesn't infuriate people, it ought to.
Yes.
I mean, it is absolutely infuriating. This is where we are.
It's disheartening to our campuses and to our students, as well as our staff members.
Thank you, and we appreciate
Thank
that you're pointing that out again. And it doesn't hurt to do it again because we know that that's just the way it is that a lot of people are gonna still interpret it based on what they've learned since grade school, that what A, B, C, D, E, yeah, I mean, sorry, no, E, F. So it's just frustrating because we can't overcome all that. There's nothing we can do to overcome all of it, but we can try to spread the word as much as we can. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, we have two public comments on non-agenda item. I'm calling it non-agenda even though we had some awards for wrestling, but it was not an agenda item to discuss or take action on, so it's still considered a non-agenda item, but we, citizens may make comments about topics relevant to district business, and topics should be limited to 3 minutes. Comments concerning a specific student or personnel will be heard in closed session. I have two, again, David Dockery, still here? Okay, come on up.
Mr. Stasny, is there any reason we do the public comments so late? I've had several parents ask me if we could move it up so that they're not, I mean, we have so much interesting stuff to talk about, but is there any, are we required to do it in this order?
No, we can talk about that.
Okay.
Yeah, we can see about maybe trying to do that. A lot of it would depend, though, on the number of comments, and we might have to move it, I guess, if it was a large number, but we'll see. Yeah,
okay, thank you, sir.
That. Go ahead.
Yeah, my name is DJ Dockery. As y'all saw, I had my daughter up here earlier, Caitlin. She was the freshman on the wrestling team that placed at state this year. I am her coach, or was her coach before. I run a legacy wrestling club here in town. I'm also on the state board for USA Wrestling for the state, as well as the South Region Director, as well as an assistant coach for Texas A&M Wrestling, so ingrained in wrestling. Grew up here in Bryan, born and raised. Went to Bryan High School, graduated from there, went off to wrestling college, and we're, in our community, we're thankful for the support that we do get at the local high schools, everything else. They all have teams. We got, I was actually helped one of North Zulch. They added a team this year in high school. I helped that coach do that as well, off the record, kind of. He had his kids in our club and that sort of thing. So one of the good things we are doing as a community that we help support as parents is Bryan High School is running a middle school program over at SFA. They've been doing it for 3 years now. So my daughter was a part of that for the last 2 years. My son is in 7th grade now. He's doing that. So it is, I think it's imperative that we kind of help that along and put wrestling into middle school levels as a sport, not just a club. So just wanted to kind of talk about how that would help. Obviously, the high school programs and everything else, our middle school football teams and all that, these kids learn the fundamentals and everything early on, then it helps them progress faster at the high school, and so we can get them on that state podium and everything else. So logistics-wise, I wanted to talk about that. I know that we have a deficit across Texas financially and stuff like that. However, starting a UIL wrestling program, middle school program, is not as cost conducive as we may think it is. The biggest one is a wrestling mat. I do know that through securing those things through people donating that, we have a temporarily way to have a wrestling mat.
You got about 30 seconds left.
Okay. So the other part of it is the other part of that budget is getting a coach stipend, getting equipment for singlets and trainings and shorts and stuff like that, which is like $1,500, the coach's stipend. We'd have to get some kind of budget together for travel, but we have multiple tournaments that we have here in town. So the other is you can charter the team through USA for about $400. That covers your secondary insurance and everything else. So we can run some tournaments on that on the weekends. The only thing the kids would be responsible for is their memberships and wrestling shoes, and we can find ways to get that done. So, about $5,000 all in or so, just to guess. That would get you a men's, girls, boys team also. It's 2 teams, it's not just one. So just wanted to thank y'all for the time, your consideration, and continuing to put kids first. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cody Welch, similar if not the same topic, wrestling program for SFA.
Howdy.
Howdy.
Not to beat a dead horse here, but we did cancel Macaroni Monday to be up here, so wanted to come and address y'all. So my name is Cody Welch. My son was up here earlier. Cody, as others know him, is Caden. Wrestling's been the best thing that's happened to my son Cody. I want to express just how proud of him and all the Bryan High wrestlers we are of them. Bryan High Wrestling has done a great job of encouraging and committing to the excellence of our athletes. In return, I'm asking the board to approve a middle school wrestling program. This is the third year of having a wrestling club at SFA Middle School, and it has allowed students to engage in the sport and has helped produce numerous varsity wrestlers, regional qualifiers, and state placers. The SFA Wrestling Club has averaged over 20 participants each year. Having a true middle school program would be beneficial in teaching fundamentals of the sport while also allowing kids to express themselves, promote positive engagement, and teach self-discipline. I can attest to all the positives that come as the result of children wrestling. It builds confidence, leadership, work ethic, and community, which are crucial qualities to developing young members of society. Wrestling is a sport that much is requested, but much more is given when the work is put in. It's a sport that is tough at first, but everyone falls in love soon after starting. Having the ability to start wrestling prior to high school drastically improves each wrestler's chance of making the state podium once they start high school. Allows them to build that base and familiarize themselves with the sport before high school starts. This has been one of Bryan High's best years, sending multiple wrestlers to state, and most of them placing as well. Caitlin Dockery and Cody Welch, my son, both started wrestling prior to high school and has paid off, as Cody's looking to be a 2-time state placer, and Caitlin is looking to be a 4-time state placer. Caitlin is a direct reflection of the SFA club, as she herself was a product of that club prior to this year. With the help of the board, we can continue the growth of the sport, success of the students, and most importantly, teaching the valuable life lessons that come with wrestling. In the wrestling community, the saying goes, once you have wrestled, everything else in life is easy. SFA Wrestling will be also hosting its first ever middle school wrestling event this Friday at 4:30 p.m. North Zolch and Huntsville will both be traveling here to compete, so please feel free to stop by and see the impact that wrestling is making in our students and our community. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we do not have any public comments on an agenda item, so we'll move to the consent agenda.
I move approval of all items listed on the consent agenda.
Second.
All right, motion made by Mr. Gonzalez, seconded by Ms. Benford. Any discussion? Anybody want to remove anything? I remind you that anybody can remove something if they choose to for separate discussion. If not, then all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Unanimous, and the consent agenda is approved. Sorry about that. The board will now convene in closed session to discuss the following items as allowed by Texas Government Code, Chapter 551.074, 551.0821. No action will be taken in closed meeting. Any action the board wishes to take as a result of discussion in the closed meeting will occur after the board reconvenes in the open meeting. The time is now 8:25. Board reconvened in open session at 9:55. No action was taken in closed session. We will consider the approval recommendation for the principal of Travis B. Bryan High School.
Mr. Stasny, I move approval of the superintendent's recommendation for Dr. Gregory Boheis, there we go, as principal of Travis B. Bryan High School as presented.
Second.
Motion been made by Mr. Gonzalez and seconded by Ms. Benford. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It's unanimous. And there being no further business, we are adjourned.